I'm going to just read out the Panchatattva. So just again, once again, we're going to glorify the Panchatattva and then do a final round of chanting for Hare Krishna. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya, Prabhu Nityananda, Sri Advaita Gadadara, Sri Vasadi Gaura Bhaktivedanta. And now say Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Srila Prabhupada, Jai Srila Prabhupada. So we should be very grateful to our spiritual master Srila Prabhupada. You can see it sitting over there. And this Monday, 13th, we have celebrated 60th anniversary of ISKCON. 60th anniversary since ISKCON has started. And who has given us this beautiful ISKCON? Srila Prabhupada, our spiritual master. At the age of 69 years, his guru told him when he was 25 years, go to the western countries and preach about Krishna. He kept that in his mind. And at the age of 58, he renounced everything, took sannyas at 58 years. And at 69 years, he went all the way to the US in 1965. And in 1966, he started this ISKCON. Right? And within 10 years, Srila Prabhupada built 108 temples all around the world. 108 temples at the age of 70 years. Can we do something like that? In 10 years' time, by the time he was 82 years, we had 108 temples all around the world. Today, there are more close to 1,000 temples all around the world. And it is all because of our Gurudev Srila Prabhupada. We have to show our gratitude. And the best way to show gratitude to our spiritual master is following his instructions. And what is his instruction? Chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra and be happy. We want everyone to be happy, right? And how do you get the real happiness? By chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And that is what Krishna is saying in Bhagavad Gita. What is Krishna saying in Bhagavad Gita? Satatam kirtayanto mam yatantyascha diridavita, which means my devotees are always chanting the holy name. So there is no restriction when we can chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. You can do it in the morning. While going for a morning walk, when you're going on the way to the office, you can chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. Even before going to sleep, you can chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. There is no restriction at all. Satatam Kirtaya, we can chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra anytime, at any time, any place. There is no restriction at all. Okay? So we want to give you this message from Bhagavad Gita, that always keep chanting the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. And as we all did one sloka from Bhagavad Gita, right? Patram Pushpam Palam Toyam Yome Bhakta Praya. That means early in the morning when you get up, go in front of Radha Gokulananda and just make a humble offering. Just some flower, some fruit, some water. We can surely get water, right? We can just offer it to Krishna and just pray to Radha and Krishna. I'm offering it with so much of love. Please accept it. And along with that, so offer some fruits or flowers to Krishna and just chant the Hare Krishna Mahamantra. That's all you have to do in this Kali Yuga. Okay? So I'm just going to pass it on to Prabhuji, who's going to give us a nectar from Krishna Katha. Like I said, Krishna Katha is very, very auspicious. Listening to Krishna Katha, Bhagavan Sri Krishna himself is telling in Bhagavad Gita, Janma karma cha me divyam evam yo veti taktutaha chakta deham punarjanma naiti mameti su Arjuna. Which means, those who are listening to Hari Katha, they have so much of spiritual benefit, piety they get by listening to Hari Katha, that towards the end of the life, they don't come back into this material world, but they go back to the highest Vaikuntha planet called Goloka Vrindavan. So it's very, very auspicious to listen to Hari Katha. So I'm passing it to Prabhuji. So please give your time to listen to the Hari Katha. Okay? Thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Narayanam Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tato Jayamurire Vishwamritam Svakata Krishna Punishavana Kirtanam Hridyantasto Yabhadrani Virunuti Suritsitam Nashtapreshva Bhadreshu Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya Bhagavat Yutamashloke Bhakti Bhavati Nashtaki We are continuing our reading of Krishna. The book is simply called Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. And this is taken from the 10th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam. These are the wonderful pastimes of the Lord when He appeared on this earth 5,000 years ago. And by hearing of these narrations, one can become completely liberated. So if you want to be liberated, just stick around for the next hour. Otherwise you can go, and there's some prasadam being served in the Haveli. We are on volume 2, and we are on chapter 27, which is called Lord Krishna and Balaram Meet the Inhabitants of Vrindavan. Yes, Krishna and Balaram, at this point they were kings, and they had their city of Dwarka. And at one stage there was a solar eclipse, and so for the solar eclipse it was considered an important time to perform various religious functions. So they traveled to the holy place known as Kurukshetra. And at Kurukshetra they were also met by various kings from other parts of the country, not least of which was Maharaj Yudhishthira and his brothers. And the residents of Vrindavan also came there. And Krishna at that time had an opportunity to see again his dear friends that he grew up with. And also he got to see the gopis, his dearmost devotees. And they talked. So we're picking up where we left off last time. My phone only has 14% battery, so for those that might be listening online, sorry, it'll cut out at some point. But hey, we're broadcasting on YouTube with Bhaktivedanta Manor Media. So Krishna told the gopis, the two energies, material and spiritual, are both acting under my supreme control. My dear gopis, I request that instead of being so afflicted, you try to accept everything with a philosophical attitude, because the gopis were afflicted with intense feelings of separation from Lord Krishna. He says, then you will understand that you are always with me, and that there is no cause of lamentation in our being separated from one another. Krishna was telling the gopis that actually everything is within me, and I am within everything. And if you can cultivate this philosophical outlook, then you will understand that you are always with me, and that there is no cause of lamentation in our being separated from one another. I offer my respectful obeisances unto His Divine Grace, Srimati A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, who is very dear to Lord Krishna, having taken shelter at His lotus feet. He is the surrendered disciple of His Divine Grace Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Thakur. And he is preaching the message of Lord Chaitanya Dev, especially in the Western countries, and thus delivering them from impersonalism and voidism. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prashtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Saraswate Deve Gauravani Prachayane Nirvishesh Shunagari Pashtatire Shatarine. Srila Prabhupada continues, he writes, this important instruction of Lord Krishna's to the gopis can be utilized by all devotees engaged in Krishna consciousness. The whole philosophy is considered on the basis of inconceivable, simultaneous, oneness and difference. In Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says that He is present everywhere in His impersonal feature. Everything is existing in Him, but still He is not personally present everywhere. The cosmic manifestation is nothing but a display of Krishna's energy, and because the energy is not different from the energetic, nothing is different from Krishna. When this absolute consciousness, Krishna consciousness, is absent, we are separated from Krishna. But fortunately, if this Krishna consciousness is present, then we are not separated from Krishna. The process of devotional service is the revival of Krishna consciousness. And if the devotee is fortunate enough to understand that the material energy is not separated from Krishna, then he can utilize the material energy and its products in the service of the Lord. But in the absence of Krishna consciousness, the forgetful living entity, although part and parcel of Krishna, falsely puts himself in the position of enjoyer of the material world. And being thus implicated in material entanglement, is forced by the material energy to continue his material existence. This is also confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita. Although a living entity is forced to act by the material energy, he falsely thinks that he is the all-in-all and the supreme enjoyer. So we read this paragraph last time, and we were speaking how everything is one with Krishna and at the same time different from Krishna. Yeah? We said Krishna's energy is the same as Krishna and not the same as Krishna at the same time. Right? Because it has no existence separate from Krishna. It comes from him. Everything comes from him. So it is Krishna. But at the same time, you can't say that it is Krishna. Because Krishna is also existing apart from his energy. Of course, his energy is always with him. Yes? Just like the sunshine and the sun. They go together. So Krishna, as the energetic source, is always together with his multifarious energies. But the energy cannot be a substitute for the energetic. Yeah? If I say, it's okay, we've captured the sunlight, that's not the same as capturing the sun planet. So Krishna is within everything, and everything is within Krishna. And still, the Lord is above and beyond, transcendental to this material manifestation, which is nothing but his energy. He is always existing in his eternal abode of Goloka Vrindavan. This material universe comes and goes. It's created and destroyed at intervals. And there are many, many universes. So regardless of the creation and the destruction of this whole cosmic manifestation, Lord Krishna is always in his blissful, full knowledgeable, eternal existence. He is not connected with the changes of this material world. Just like that picture right opposite myself. In the bottom right-hand corner is the material manifestation. Yeah, you see the blue bubble, the big one, with Lord Vishnu inside it? So this is representing the material creation. From the body of Lord Mahavishnu, innumerable universes come out. We are in one of those little universes. But there are countless universes within that material realm, in the bottom right-hand corner. Well, what about everything outside of that blue bubble? Yeah? What about that? What's that? That is known as the Paravyoma. Paravyoma, the spiritual sky. Yeah? And the golden globes, they are known as Vaikuntha Lokas, spiritual planets. They are never created and never destroyed. And the inhabitants of those places have a blissful, eternal, spiritual life with complete knowledge. And they have close relationship with the Lord. Yeah, they see Lord Narayana every day. Pardon? Inside the blue is the material realm. And everything outside the blue is the spiritual realm. Yeah? The spiritual realm is called Vaikuntha Loka. And the material realm is called Jagat, because it is always moving and changing. And inside the pink lotus flower, that is depicted the supreme spiritual planet, Goloka Vrindavan. Yes? So whatever happens in the material world, yeah, the comings and the goings of all kinds of manifestations, the popping up of different things and the disappearance in due course. Regardless of all those changes and appearances and disappearances, Krishna remains in his spiritual planets with his perfect devotees. And they never have to undergo the process of birth, old age, disease, or death. They're eternal. We also can have such an eternal life. We can have a spiritual body that never deteriorates. Yes? We can have a perfect, blissful existence. And all of the things that we see here and experience here exist in their perfect form there. Actually, this material world is but a perverted reflection of reality. We think this is the reality. No. This is the reflection. The real position of variety and relationships exists in the spiritual realm. That is where the real relationships and variety are. Everything here is but a perverted reflection. Just like if you go to a lakeside, and if there's a tree by the riverbank or the lake bank, then you'll see the tree reflected in the water. But the difference is that the reflected tree has its roots at the top and its branches at the bottom. It's an inversion. Yes, it's an inversion. A reflection, but an inversion. In the same way, this material world is a perverted reflection of spiritual reality. So Krishna's energy is not different from Krishna. But at the same time, it's not instead of Krishna. Yeah? So Krishna is here and also beyond here. If one is Krishna conscious, seeing how the Lord is in everything and everything is in him, then what does Prabhupada say? He says, then we are not separated from Krishna. If we see how everything is in Krishna and Krishna is in everything, then we're not separated from him. Because that is actually the fact. We cannot be separated from Krishna. He is all around us, both by his extension of energy and personally as Paramatma, Supersoul. He is the Supersoul within everybody's heart. And from him comes knowledge, remembrance, forgetfulness. He's guiding each of us. So we're never separated from him. We just don't realize how he is right with us. Because of our covering. We are covered. Our knowledge is covered. So in the absence of Krishna consciousness, we experience separation. Yes? We experience separation because we are ignorant, forgetful of the fact that the Lord is the basis of everything and that he exists in all times and places. Any thoughts or questions on what we've said so far? So shall we read forward? Will we keep reading? Yeah? Srila Prabhupada writes, Krishna book, volume 2, chapter 27. Lord Krishna and Balaram meet the inhabitants of Vrindavan at Kurukshetra, at Samanta Panchaka. If the devotee knows perfectly that the Archa Vigraha, or deity form of Lord Krishna in the temple, is exactly the same Sachid Ananda Vigraha as Krishna himself, then his service to the temple deity becomes direct service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Yes, so the Archa Vigraha, the deity form of the Lord in the temple, is exactly the same Sachid Ananda Vigraha as Krishna himself. This deity form of Krishna, this Archa Vigraha, is eternal, full of knowledge and full of bliss. Krishna can help us to realize that. He is exactly the Supreme Personality of Godhead. We are in the presence of the Lord. But do we understand it? How can we understand it? Without becoming a devotee of Krishna, how can we understand it? When we become pure and fully Krishna conscious, then we will actually experience how Krishna is right here. He can talk with us. Did you ask how? How? Because He is the seer. He is the speaker. Right? I'm thinking that I'm seeing and I'm speaking. Yes? And what am I seeing and what am I speaking to? Oh, I'm just seeing or speaking to some statue. Yeah? But we should reflect on the fact that my power of seeing comes from the Lord. If Krishna withdraws my power of seeing, I cannot even see my hand in front of my face. Can you see your eyelid? What can we see? If there's no light, we cannot see anything. We cannot even see the closest thing to our eye. Similarly, the power of speech, the power of hearing, right? These also come from Krishna. So, Krishna is the master of the senses. Krishna is known as Hrishikesh, master of the senses. So whether he's silent or he speaks is up to him. Yeah, he says in Bhagavad Gita, I reserve the right not to be exposed to anyone and everyone. So he only reveals himself to one who has devotional love for him. Yeah? So when one loves Krishna, Premanjana Churati, Premanjana Churita, Bhakti Vilochana, Santastada Hridayeshu Vilokayanti, one whose eyes are smeared with the ointment of love, can see Shamasundar, Yam Shamasundaram Chintya Gunasvarupa, Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Vijana. One can see the Lord at every moment because one loves the Lord. And Krishna says, as you love me, I reciprocate. So he speaks to the devotee. Therefore we have to become a devotee, and then we'll realize how Krishna is here. And if we doubt it, well, there's so many histories of the deity form of the Lord talking to his devotee. The Archa Vigraha is Krishna himself. So at least with that faith that Krishna has agreed to appear here in this form, we can approach him. Yeah, he knows everything.
That's very true. That's very true.
It's very true. Yeah. Which part?
With the faith when Krishna is talking with us, and just with the faith and love.
If we approach him with faith and love, yeah? Do you feel some reciprocation from the Lord? Do you feel some response from the Lord? Like if we come before him, we have faith that he's here. He can listen. He's hearing my prayer. He's right there. He knows me. Yeah? And do you feel that having offered your prayer, having come before him, that he sees you, that he knows what's in your heart, and that he's reciprocating with you? Do you feel like your prayer is going somewhere, arriving somewhere?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, then you walk out of the temple and think, that was nice. I saw Krishna, I offered my prayers, he heard me, and I feel better. Because it's in his hands. Right? Yeah. If it was just a statue, would you have the same confidence? No. I'm just praying to some dumb piece of brass or stone. Yeah? Where's that going to get me? But that's not what's happening here in the temple with the Archie Vigraha. Krishna is here. He knows. And he can reveal himself to us. And he does. And he is also giving us, establishing in us that faith in him. Yeah? And the more we love him, the more he reveals how he's here. So many amazing things happen. You just ask the pujaris at any temple. Yeah? Okay, where did we get to? Okay, yes. If the devotee knows perfectly that the Archavigraha or deity form of Lord Krishna in the temple is exactly the same Satchid Ananda Vigraha as Krishna himself, then his service to the temple deity becomes direct service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Similarly, the temple itself, the temple paraphernalia, and the food offered to the deity are also not separate from Krishna. One has to follow the rules and regulations prescribed by the acharyas, and thus, under superior guidance, Krishna realization is fully possible, even in the material existence. The gopis, having been instructed by Krishna in this philosophy of simultaneous oneness and difference, remained always in Krishna consciousness, and thus became liberated from all material contamination. The consciousness of the living entity who falsely presents himself as the enjoyer of the material world is called Jiva Kosha. Have you found our place, Prabhu? Have you found where we are?
No. I'm catching up.
Okay. So the consciousness of the living entity who falsely presents himself as the enjoyer of the material world is called Jiva Kosha, which means imprisonment by the false ego. Not only the gopis, but anyone who follows these instructions of Krishna becomes immediately freed from the Jiva Kosha imprisonment. A person in full Krishna consciousness is always liberated from false egoism. He utilizes everything for Krishna's service and is not at any time separated from Krishna. The gopis therefore prayed to Krishna. A new paragraph, yeah? So if you look for the paragraph that begins, the gopis therefore prayed to Krishna. Dear Krishna, from your navel emanated the original lotus flower, which is the birth site of Brahman, the Creator. No one can estimate your glories or your opulence, which therefore remain always a mystery even to the highest thoughtful men, the masters of all yogic power. The conditioned soul, fallen in the dark well of this material existence, can very easily, however, take shelter of the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Thus his deliverance is guaranteed. The gopis continued. Dear Krishna, we are always busy in our family affairs. We therefore request that you remain within our hearts as the rising sun, and that will be your greatest benediction. Srila Prabhupada writes, the gopis are always liberated souls because they are fully in Krishna consciousness. They only pretended to be entangled in household affairs in Vrindavan. In spite of their long separation, the inhabitants of Vrindavan, the gopis, were not interested in the idea of going with Krishna to his capital city Dwarka. They wanted to remain busy in Vrindavan and thus feel the presence of Krishna in every step of their lives. They immediately invited Krishna to come back to Vrindavan. This transcendental emotional existence of the gopis is the basic principle of Lord Chaitanya's teaching. The Ratha Yatra festival observed by Lord Chaitanya is the emotional process of taking Krishna back to Vrindavan. So now we have a perfect answer. If someone asks us, what is this Ratha Yatra? We can say, This Rath Yatra, observed by Lord Chaitanya, is the emotional process of taking Krishna back to Vrindavan. Srimati Radharani refused to go with Krishna to Dwarka to enjoy his company in the atmosphere of royal opulence, but wanted to enjoy his company in the original Vrindavan atmosphere. Lord Krishna, being profoundly attached to the gopis, never goes away from Vrindavana, and the gopis and other residents of Vrindavan remain fully satisfied in Krishna consciousness. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the second volume, 27th chapter of Krishna. Lord Krishna and Balaram meet the inhabitants of Vrindavan. Chapter 28. Draupadi meets the queens of Krishna. So I've got 1% battery, so anyone who's listening online, apologies.
Do you want to take this?
No, it's okay. I'm putting this on in case anyone online happens to...
The camera has 1%.
Yeah. So we're still broadcasting. Oh yeah, you can go to the Manor's YouTube live channel and you'll hear there. But my own Facebook live stream is about to die. Okay, chapter 28. Draupadi meets the queens of Krishna. Well, first of all, anyone want to share any thoughts or reflections from the previous chapter? Anything?
This is very appropriate that we're discussing the Rath Yatra, how the gopis are pulling Krishna back to Vrindavan.
Yeah.
And today is Gundicha Marjan, the Gundicha temple in Jagannath Puri being Vrindavan,
Yeah.
and the Jagannath Mandir being Dwarka.
Yes.
So that's our mood, is bringing Krishna from Dwarka to Vrindavan.
Yes. Yeah, good timing, huh?
Yeah.
Everything is orchestrated by the Lord.
Krishna consciousness is always so many things like that.
Yeah. Thank you, Guru. Okay, chapter 28. Draupadi meets the queens of Krishna. There were many visitors who came to see Krishna, and among them were the Pandavas, headed by King Yudhishthira. After talking with the gopis and bestowing upon them the greatest benediction, Lord Krishna came to welcome King Yudhishthira and other relatives who had come to see him. He first of all inquired from them whether their situation was auspicious. Actually, there is no question of ill fortune for anyone who sees the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. Yet when Lord Krishna, as a matter of etiquette, inquired from King Yudhishthira about his welfare, the king became very happy by such a reception and began to address the Lord thus. My dear Lord Krishna, great personalities and devotees in full Krishna consciousness always think of your lotus feet and remain fully satisfied by drinking the nectar of transcendental bliss. The nectar which they constantly drink sometimes comes out of their mouths and is sprinkled on others as the narration of your transcendental activities. So what we're hearing now from Srila Prabhupada, this is nectar. The nectar which they constantly drink sometimes comes out of their mouths and is sprinkled on others as the narration of your transcendental activities. This nectar coming from the mouth of a devotee is so powerful that if one is fortunate enough to have the opportunity to drink it, he immediately becomes freed from the continuous journey of birth and death. Our material existence is caused by our forgetfulness of your personality. But fortunately, the darkness of forgetfulness is immediately dissipated if one is privileged to hear about your glories. Therefore, my Lord, my dear Lord, where is the possibility of ill fortune for one who is constantly engaged in hearing your glorious activities? This is supreme shelter. Just picking up the book, if one does not have the immediate association of such a devotee, well, one has the book form, and one can open the book and hear in the book, and this is immediate, supreme shelter. But because the stupid mind does not know this, or is not reminded of this, one does not take shelter there. By taking shelter of the book, one is encouraged to continue taking shelter of the book. And if one is not taking shelter of the book, one unfortunately is not encouraged. to go to the book. So as devotees, we have to remind each other and encourage each other to take shelter of the Lord in His various manifestations. This is the special quality of satsanga, sadhu sangha. We will be protected by connection, contact with Krishna, and being encouraged to take shelter with Krishna. And without that association, we'll think we have so many other things to do, and we will look for so many other places to give us peace and shelter, and be disappointed. So let's not be disappointed. Let's keep reading. Maharaj Yudhishthira continues, since we are fully surrendered unto you and have no other shelter than your lotus feet, we are always confident of our good fortune. My dear Lord, you are the ocean of unlimited knowledge and transcendental bliss. The result of the action of mental concoction is to exist in the three temporary phases of material life. What are they? Wakefulness, sleep, and deep sleep. So this is Jagrata, Svapna, and Sushupti. These three phases, temporary phases. This is the result of the action of mental concoction. But these conditions cannot exist in Krishna consciousness. So that means Krishna consciousness is something else. Yeah? It's not deep sleep, it's not dream, it's not this material wakefulness. It's another level of awareness. You know, like Srila Prabhupada would often encourage us, reduce your bodily demands, reduce your sleeping even. I mean, we think, God, if I don't sleep enough, then how will I function? Okay, yeah. But at the same time, Krishna consciousness is above the waking platform. Otherwise, how is it possible that the Goswamis and great devotees can just, exist on a paltry amount of sleep? Functioning perfectly well, because their consciousness is on a platform that does not necessitate such sleep. Of course, something is required because the body... Anyway. But it's remarkable, isn't it?
Charinanta Sukitake, Swapne Radha Govinda Deke. So Raghunath Goswami slept for 4 times 24 minutes.
4 times 24 minutes.
Less than an hour.
Wow. Yeah.
He also took just a little leaf cup of chach, buttermilk every day.
Yeah.
To keep his holiness over there.
Yeah.
1,000 pranams to Vaishnavas, 1,000 pranams to all the deities.
Mm.
And 64 rounds Harinam.
Yeah.
Writing books and songs, plays.
Yes.
Seeing Krishna's Leela in his heart.
Yes. Complete absorption, no interest anywhere else. Absolutely satisfied in his loving service to Krishna. Thank you. So Srila Prabhupada continues, these conditions cannot exist in Krishna consciousness. All such reactions are invalidated by practice of Krishna consciousness. You are the ultimate destination of all liberated persons. Out of your independent will only, you have descended on this earth by the use of your own internal potency, Yoga Maya. And in order to re-establish the Vedic principles of life, you have appeared just like an ordinary human being. Since you are the Supreme Person, there cannot therefore be any ill luck for one who is fully surrendered unto you. These are the statements of Maharaj Yudhishthira. When Lord Krishna was busy meeting various kinds of visitors, and while they were engaged in offering prayers to the Lord, the female members of the Kuru dynasty and the Yadu dynasty took the opportunity of meeting with one another and engaging in talk of Lord Krishna's transcendental pastimes. The first inquiry was made by Draupadi to the wives of Lord Krishna. She addressed them. My dear Rukmini, Bhadra, Jambavati, Satya, Satyabhama, Kalindi, Shaibya, Lakshmana, Rohini, and all other wives of Lord Krishna, will you please let us know how Lord Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, accepted you as his wives and married you in pursuance of the marriage ceremonies of ordinary human beings? To this question, the chief of the queens, Rukmini Devi, replied, "My dear Draupadi, it was practically a settled fact that princes like Jarasandha and others wanted me to marry King Shishupal. And as is usual, all the princes present during the marriage ceremony were prepared with their armor and weapons to fight with any rival who dared to stop the marriage. But the Supreme Personality of Godhead kidnapped me the way a lion takes away a lamb from the flock. This was not, however, a very wondrous act for Lord Krishna, because anyone who claims to be a very great hero or king within this world is subordinate to the lotus feet of the Lord. All the kings touched their helmets to the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. My dear Draupadi, it is my eternal desire that life after life I may be engaged in the service of Lord Krishna, who is the reservoir of all pleasure and beauty. This is my only desire and ambition in life." After this, Satyabhama began to speak. She said, "My dear Draupadi, my father was very much afflicted on the death of his brother, Prasena, and he falsely accused Lord Krishna of killing his brother and stealing the Samantaka jewel, which had actually been taken by Jambavan. Lord Krishna, in order to establish his pure character, fought with Jambavan and rescued the Samantaka jewel, which was later delivered to my father. My father was very much ashamed and sorry for accusing Lord Krishna of his brother's death. After getting back the Samantaka jewel, he thought it wise to rectify his mistake. So although he had promised others my hand in marriage, he submitted the jewel and myself at the lotus feet of Krishna. And thus I was accepted as his maidservant and wife." After this, Jambavati replied to Draupadi's question. She said, "My dear Draupadi, when Lord Krishna attacked my father Jambavan, the king of the Rikshas, my father did not know that Lord Krishna was his former master, Lord Ramachandra, the husband of Sita. Not knowing the identity of Lord Krishna, my father remained continually engaged in fighting with him for 27 days. After this period, when he became very tired and fatigued, he could understand that since no one but Lord Ramachandra could defeat him, his opponent, Lord Krishna, must be the same Lord Ramachandra. He thus came to his senses and not only immediately returned the Samantaka jewel, but in order to satisfy the Lord, he presented me to him to become his wife. In this way, I was married to the Lord, and thus my desire to remain life after life as a servitor of Krishna was fulfilled." After this, Kalindi said, "My dear Draupadi, I was engaged in great austerities and penances in order to get Lord Krishna as my husband. When Lord Krishna became aware of this fact, he very kindly came to me along with his friend Arjuna and accepted me as his wife. Lord Krishna then took me away from the bank of the Yamuna, and since then I have been engaged in the house of Lord Krishna as a sweeper. And the Lord is treating me as his wife." How humble is that? The Lord is treating me as his wife, but I'm just a sweeper. Talk about contrasting attitudes, between certain entities in this material world and in spiritual reality. Yeah. One is thinking, I am the master of all I survey, including this man, because I appear in the form of Prakriti, but actually my bhav is that of Purusha. One devotee said, a materialistic man is actually Prakriti imitating Purusha. A materialistic female is Prakriti imitating Purusha, imitating Prakriti. This does not apply to devotees who are sincere servants of the Lord, always understanding their position as Krishna's Prakriti. But contrasting psychological stance, right? The wives of Lord Krishna thinking that We exist for his pleasure. Yeah. After this, Mitravinda said, "My dear Draupadi, there was a great assembly of princes at my Swayamvara ceremony. Lord Krishna was also present in that meeting, and he accepted me as his maidservant by defeating all the princes present there. He immediately took me away to Dwarka, exactly as a lion takes a deer from a pack of dogs. When I was thus taken away by Lord Krishna, my brothers wanted to fight with him, and later on they were defeated. Thus my desire to become the maidservant of Krishna life after life was fulfilled." After this, Satya addressed Draupadi in this way: "My dear Draupadi, my father arranged for an assembly for my Svaramvara, which is the personal selection of a husband. And in order to test the strength and heroism of the prospective bridegrooms, my father stipulated that they each fight with his 7 ferocious bulls, which had long serpentine horns. Many heroic prospective bridegrooms tried to defeat the bulls, but unfortunately they were all severely struck, and they returned to their homes." Mataji's, don't worry, it's okay. You don't have to take that big seat. I'm happy with some Christians. I'm giving the class today because someone else couldn't do it, so yeah, it's fine. Really, I'm more comfortable with a few mats stacked. It's better. Okay. So Satya said, "In order to test the strength and heroism of the prospective bridegrooms, my father stipulated that they each fight with his 7 ferocious bulls, which had long serpentine horns. Many heroic prospective bridegrooms tried to defeat the bulls, but unfortunately they were all severely struck, and they returned to their homes as defeated invalids. When Lord Sri Krishna came and fought with the bulls, they were just like playthings for him. He captured the bulls and roped each one of them by their nostrils. Thus they came under his control, just like a goat's small kids come very easily under the control of children." Okay. She's saying that the bulls came under Krishna's control, just like a goat's small kids come very easily under the control of children. I have no experience of children controlling the young of goats, but I guess they control them very easily. Huh? Just as a goat's small kids come very easily under the control of children. My father became very pleased and married me with Lord Krishna in great pomp, giving as my dowry many divisions of soldiers, horses, chariots and elephants, along with hundreds of maidservants. Thus Lord Krishna brought me to his capital city, Dwarka. On the way back, he was also assaulted by many princes. Lord Krishna defeated all of them, and thus I have the privilege of serving his lotus feet as a maidservant. After this, Bhadra began to speak. She said, "My dear Draupadi, Lord Krishna is the son of my maternal uncle. Fortunately, I became attracted to his lotus feet. When my father understood these feelings of mine, he personally arranged for my marriage, inviting Lord Krishna to marry me and giving him in dowry 1 Akshauhini, or division of armed forces, along with many maidservants and other royal paraphernalia. I do not know whether I shall be able to have the shelter of Lord Krishna life after life, but still I pray to the Lord that wherever I may take my birth, I may not forget my relationship with his lotus feet." Then Lakshmana said, "My dear Queen, many times I have heard the great sage Narada glorifying the pastimes of Lord Krishna. I became attracted to the lotus feet of Krishna when I heard Narada say that the goddess of fortune, Lakshmi, was also attracted to his lotus feet. Since then I have always been thinking of him, and thus my attraction for him has increased. My dear Queen, my father was very affectionate toward me. When he understood that I was attracted to Krishna, he devised a plan. His plan was like that devised by your father. During these Swayamvara, the prospective bridegrooms had to pierce the eyes of the fish with their arrows. The difference between the competition in your Swayamvara and mine was that in your case, the fish was hanging openly on the ceiling in clear view. But in my case, the fish was covered with a cloth and could only be seen by the reflection of the cloth in a pot of water. That was the special feature of my Swayamvara. The news of this device was spread all over the world, and when the princes heard of it, they arrived at my father's capital city from all directions, fully equipped with armor and guided by their military instructors. Each one of them desired to win me as his wife, and one after another they raised the bow and arrow which was left there for piercing the fish. Many could not even join the bowstring to the two ends of the bow, and without attempting to pierce the fish, they simply left the bow as it was and went away. Some, with great difficulty, drew the string from one end to the other, and being unable to tie the other end, they were suddenly knocked down by the spring-like bow. My dear Queen, you will be surprised to know that at my Swayamvara meeting, there were many famous kings and heroes present. Heroes like Jarasandha, Ambashta, Shishupala, Bhimasena, Duryodhana, and Karna were, of course, able to string the bow, but they could not pierce the fish because it was covered, and they could not trace it out from the reflection. The celebrated hero of the Pandavas, Arjuna, was able to see the reflection of the fish on the water, but although with great caution he traced out the location of the fish and shot an arrow, he did not pierce the fish in the right spot. His arrow at least touched the fish, and so he proved himself better than all other princes. All the princes who had tried to pierce the target were disappointed, being baffled in their attempts. And some candidates had even left the place without making an attempt. But when at last Lord Krishna took up the bow, he was able to tie the bowstring very easily, just as a child plays with a toy. He placed the arrow, and looking only once at the reflection of the fish in the water, he shot the arrow, and the pierced fish immediately fell down. This victory of Lord Krishna was accomplished at noon, during the moment called Abhijit, which is astronomically calculated as auspicious. At that time, the vibration of Jaya, Jaya was heard all over the world. And from the sky came sounds of drums beat by the denizens of heaven. Great demigods were overwhelmed with joy and began to shower flowers on the earth. At that time, I entered the arena of competition, and the ankle bells on my legs were sounding very melodiously as I walked. I was nicely dressed with new silken garments, flowers were decorating my hair, and because of Lord Krishna's victory, I was in ecstatic joy and smiling very pleasingly. I was carrying in my hands a golden necklace bedecked with jewels, which was glittered at intervals. My curling hair encircled my face, which was shining with a bright luster due to the reflection of my various rings. My eyes blinking, I first of all observed all the princes present, and when I reached my lord, I very slowly placed the golden necklace on his neck. As I have already informed you, from the very beginning my mind had been attracted by Lord Krishna, and thus I considered the garlanding of the Lord to be my great victory. As soon as I placed my garland on the neck of the Lord, there sounded immediately the combined vibration of mridangas, patahas, conch shells, drums, kettle drums, and other instruments, causing a tumultuous sound. And while the music played, expert male and female dancers began to dance, and singers began to sing sweetly. My dear Draupadi, when I accepted Lord Krishna as my worshipable husband, and he also accepted me as his maidservant, there was a tumultuous roaring among the disappointed princes. All of them became very agitated because of their lusty desires, but without caring for them, my husband, in his form as the four-handed Narayana, immediately took me on his chariot, which was drawn by 4 excellent horses. Expecting opposition from the princes, he armored himself and took up his bow named Shayan. But our celebrated driver, Daruka, drove the beautiful chariot without a moment's delay toward the city of Dwarka. Thus, in the presence of all the princes, I was carried away very quickly, exactly as a deer is carried away from the flock by a lion. Some of the princes, however, wanted to check our progress, and thus, equipped with proper weapons, they opposed us, just as dogs try to oppose the progressive march of a lion. At that time, due to the arrows released by the Shayan bow of Lord Krishna, some of the princes were cut on their left hands. Some of them lost their legs, and some lost their heads and their lives, and others fled from the battlefield. The Supreme Personality of Godhead then entered the most celebrated city of the universe, Dwarka. And as he entered the city, he appeared like the shining sun. The whole city of Dwarka was profusely decorated on that occasion. There were so many flags and festoons and gates all over Dwarka that the sunshine could not even enter the city. I have already told you that my father was very much affectionate to me. So when he saw that my desire was fulfilled by getting Lord Krishna as my husband, in great happiness he began to distribute to friends and relatives various kinds of gifts, such as valuable dresses, ornaments, bedsteads, and sitting carpets. Lord Krishna is always self-sufficient, yet my father, out of his own accord, offered my husband a dowry consisting of riches, soldiers, elephants, chariots, horses, and many rare and valuable weapons. He presented all these to the Lord with great enthusiasm. My dear Queen, at that time I could guess that in my previous life I must have performed some wonderfully pious activity, and as a result, I can in this life be one of the maidservants in the house of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This was Lakshmana, right? Wasn't this final queen Lakshmana?
Yes.
Yeah?
Lakshmana,
So it was very interesting that Lord Krishna was easily able to pierce the fish target, whereas Arjuna, the celebrated archer, could not. Of course, Arjuna was glorified for his winning of Draupadi at her Svayamvara. You know, we know that story very well from Mahabharata, how Arjuna pierced the target and won Draupadi. But it's just very interesting that at Lakshmana's Svayamvara, the test was more difficult, and Arjuna did not manage it, although he came close, very close. But Krishna did. Of course, anybody that does anything by Krishna's grace, Krishna could have closed his eyes and used his feet to accomplish that test, right? But he's playing the part, as Prabhupada says many times, playing the part of an ordinary human being. So he takes the bow, he strings it, he looks in the reflection, he shoots the arrow, right? So straightforward for the Lord. All of Arjuna's power comes from Krishna.
Once Krishna departed, then Arjuna couldn't even defeat the wrestlers, cow wrestlers.
Yeah. Yes. He was totally dependent on the Lord for his strength and skill. Okay, we're almost at the end of the chapter. Let's finish it and then we'll start Bhagavad Gita class. When all the principal queens of Lord Krishna had finished their statements, Rohini, as the representative of the other 16,000 queens, began to narrate the incident of their becoming wives of Krishna. She said, "My dear queen, when Baumasura was conquering all the world, he collected wherever possible all the beautiful daughters of the kings and kept us arrested within the palace. When news of our imprisonment reached Lord Krishna, nor do we want any of the different kinds of liberation, Salokya, Sarshti, Samipya, or Sayuja. We are not at all attracted by any of these opulences." So she didn't mention Sarupya, the liberation of Sarupya. Yeah? I'm using the old edition. It's in yours? Okay. Pardon? All right. We are not at all attracted by any of these opulences. Our only ambition is to bear on our heads life after life. You see, there's a reason that maybe anyway, I'm not going to get into it, or am I? What is their liberation? Yeah? They have...
If you're married to Krishna, what do you want to be liberated from? You don't want to be liberated from that.
No. So, and they have a natural form for their relationship with Krishna. They're liberated in this particular form as wives of the Lord. So, let's continue. Our only ambition is to bear on our heads, life after life, the dust particles attached to the lotus feet of Lord Krishna. The goddess of fortune also desires to keep that dust on her breast along with fragrant saffron. We simply desire this dust which accumulates underneath the lotus feet of Krishna as he travels on the land of Vrindavan as a cowherd boy. The gopis especially, and also the cowherd men, and the aborigine tribeswomen always desire to become the grass and straw on the street of Vrindavana, to be trampled on by the lotus feet of Krishna. My dear queen, we wish to remain as such life after life, without any other desire. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the second volume, 28th chapter of Krishna. Draupadi meets the queens of Krishna. Grantaraj Srimad Bhagavatam ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai. So now we're having Bhagavad Gita class. The verse is 728. So I just have to shift position and then we'll begin. Hare Krishna, Krishna. Thanks, Prabhu. You don't switch it off. I'm just going to move this over because I like it like that. I just prefer to sit in these mats. It's okay, thanks, yeah. It's a little awkward. No.
Anyone in the Ramayana? There's one Vanara, he makes, through Mystic City, he makes his tail longer and longer and longer. So he's sitting on it, so he's sitting on equal level with Ravan. Ravan's sitting on a big high throne,
Uh-huh.
on a little row chair.
Okay. Yeah.
So it's his tail.
The tail came in handy. Yeah.
But it's just less than the rest.
That's good. Okay. Okay, let's chant Jai Radha Madhava first. Okay. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Gopijana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanacharya Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janavalabha Girivaradhari Gopi Janavalabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yashodanandana Braja Jana Ranjana Yamuna Tira Vanachari Jamuna Tira Vanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Jana Vallabha Girivaradhari Yashodanandana Brajajana Ranjana Yamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Ashtotara Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Abhayacharana Ravinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Jayam Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajikacharya Ashtotara Sata Shri Srimad His Divine Grace Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada Ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinatha Shamakund Radhakund Giri Govardhan Ki Jai Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai Shri Navadvip Dham Ki Jai Ganga Mai Ki Jai Yamuna Mai Ki Jai Bhakti Devi Ki Jai Tulasi Devi Ki Jai Samaveta Bhaktivinoda Ki Jai Jayanitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. You have to say Hare Krishna, okay? When I say that, I want to hear you loud and clear, more than anyone else, okay? Ready? All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. All glories to the assembled devotees. Hare Krishna. Let's do it once more time. Yes, perfect. All glories unto the lotus feet of Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. So today's verse is Bhagavad Gita 7:28. You'll have to forgive me. I'm not as prepared as I'd like to be. Someone else was scheduled to give the class, and I've stepped in for them. So we'll go line by line. I will chant once and you will please respond. Yesham tvantagatam papam. Everybody? Yesham jananam punya karmanam te dvandva moha nirmukta bhajante mam durdhavrata yesham tvantagatam papam jananam punya karmanam te dvandva moha nirmukta bhajante mam durdhavrata yesham tvantagatam papam jananam punya karmanam te dvandva moha nirmukta bhajante mam durdhavrata. Please, anybody else? Yesham tvantagatam papam jananam punya karmanam te dvandva moha nirmukta bhajante mam durdhavrata. Anyone else would like to chant? No? Okay. We'll continue. So let's go for the synonyms. Pardon? Let's go to the synonyms, word for word. Prabhu, would you mind, if you press these two arrows, you can manipulate the screen. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Okay, please repeat. Yesham. Whose? But. Sorry. To. But. Antagatam. Completely eradicated. Papam. Sin. Jananam. Of the persons. Punya. Pious. Karmanam. Whose previous activities. Te. They. Dvandva. Of duality. Moha. Delusion. Nirmukta. Free from. Bhajante. Engage in devotional service. Mam. To me. Dhritavrta. With determination. Translation. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. Please repeat after me, phrase by phrase. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. Purport. We're going to read this purport twice, once now, and then we're going to backtrack a little bit, give ourselves some context in this chapter. Then we'll return to today's verse and we'll read the purport again. Let's read the purport for the first time. And let's try to hear attentively. This is not just sitting and listening to someone talk, officially observing a lecture. This is our process of devotional service. It's called Shravanam. Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu. Hearing means to hear from Krishna, or to hear from Krishna's representative. So Srila Prabhupada worked tirelessly to give us these books in order that we might have his association and hear from him. And therefore when we sit down to hear his words, and we do so with an intention to serve and please the spiritual master in this way, then we are engaged in Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu. We're engaged in the process of bhakti yoga. And this is the process of attaining the perfection of life. At the end of Bhagavad Gita, Lord Krishna says, surrender unto me, and I will deliver you from all of your sinful reactions. And those are the causes of your suffering. Sinful reactions that are coming from our previous activity. They are the cause of our present and future suffering. Surrender unto me, and it'll be finished. And in the Gita Mahatmya, in the second verse, something similar is described, where it says that if one reads Bhagavad Gita seriously and sincerely, then one is relieved of all the reactions of one's sinful life. Which means that to hear Bhagavad Gita seriously and sincerely is an act of surrender to Krishna. Because the result described of both activities, yes, is that one will be freed from one's sinful reactions. So therefore, if we're sat here, we might as well make the most of it and actually hear nicely as best we can, although the mind is constantly throwing up other subjects of absorption. But let's practice our bhakti yoga of hearing and chanting. It's easy for me because I get to use my mouth, my tongue, my voice box while hearing. It's harder for you because you have to keep mum and listen. So you get more credit Yeah, because your job is harder, right? So, purport by His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. Those eligible for elevation to the transcendental position are mentioned in this verse. For those who are sinful, atheistic, foolish, and deceitful, it is very difficult to transcend the duality of desire and hate. You're able to, yeah, okay, great. Only those who have passed their lives in practicing the regulative principles of religion, who have acted piously, and who have conquered sinful reactions, can accept devotional service and gradually rise to the pure knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Then, gradually, they can meditate in trance on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is the process of being situated on the spiritual platform. This elevation is possible in Krishna consciousness, in the association of pure devotees. For in the association of great devotees, one can be delivered from delusion. It is stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam 5.5.2 that if one actually wants to be liberated, he must render service to the devotees. Mahatsevam dvaram ahur vimukte. But one who associates with materialistic people is on the path leading to the darkest region of existence. Tamo dvaram yoshitam sangi sangam. All the devotees of the Lord traverse this earth just to recover the conditioned souls from their delusion. The impersonalists do not know that forgetting their constitutional position as subordinate to the Supreme Lord is the greatest violation of God's law. Unless one is reinstated in his own constitutional position, it is not possible to understand the Supreme Personality of, or to be fully engaged in his transcendental loving service with determination. Nama Om Vishnu Paraya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namane Namaste Sarasvate Devi Gauravani Pracharini Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschatade Shatarine Mukham Karoti Vachalam Pangam Langayate Girim Yat Kripata Maham Vande Shri Gurum Dinataranam Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. This chapter is called Knowledge of the Absolute. In the previous chapter, Lord Krishna finished off by saying that the best of yogis is the bhakti yogi, the one who always abides in me with great faith, thinking of me within himself, and worshipping me in transcendental loving service. Such a yogi is the best of all, because yoga means to connect with Krishna. Yeah, the Sanskrit verbal root, yuj, I believe, means this connection, join. So, yukta, yojata, yoga, so many words coming from this root, to join. So how do you really connect with another person, let alone the Supreme Person? How do you become an intimate associate of anyone? How do you enter their heart? How do you become dear to them? It is only possible by love. And love is not merely a noun. Love is a verb. If I actually am in love, or I love, then my actions will demonstrate it. So we can enter Krishna's heart, and we can become most dear to Him by demonstrating that we love Him. And by doing so, we become the greatest yogis. The greatest yogis are those who are fully in love with Krishna. How can anybody be more connected to Krishna than one who loves Him? All the official demonstrations of, religiosity or spirituality mean very little to Krishna if one does not have a simple attitude of faith and love toward the Lord. Therefore he says, Patram pushpam palam toyam yome bhakti aprayachati taraham bhakti upahritam ashnami prayatatmana. If one offers me with love and devotion, a leaf, a flower, fruit, or a little water, I'll accept it. These are things that are easily available. Anyone can find a leaf, a little vegetable, some fruit, some water, and present it to Krishna for his pleasure. He doesn't need any of these things. Nor does he need what billions of paper money could buy. He doesn't need anything. He's completely self-satisfied. He has everything. Everything comes from him. So what can we give him that could possibly impress him? There is no article in this world that we could supply the Lord that could impress him. And yet, he is willing to accept from us a little thing, like a leaf, a flower, fruit, or some water, if it is offered with love. If it is offered with love. Because our love is the one thing that he wants from us. That's what he's interested in from us. In the purport, Srila Prabhupada writes that the impersonalists, who have no love for the Lord, because they're impersonalists. How can you be an impersonalist and love a person? The impersonalists do not know that forgetting their constitutional position as subordinate to the Supreme Lord is the greatest violation of God's law. It's a quarrel with reality, the greatest violation of God's law. Because each of us is tiny part and parcel of the Lord. We are, as Krishna says, Mamaivam sho jiva loke, jiva bhuta sanatana. He says the living entities in this material world are my eternal fragmental parts. But due to conditioned life, they're struggling very hard with the six senses, including the mind. So we're struggling in this body of six senses. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, skin. All of these knowledge-acquiring senses are grouped around the mind. And we are desperately striving for happiness through these different sensual pathways. Struggling. And Krishna says all of us are his eternal fragmental parts. We belong to him. We come from him. It is our constitutional position to be subordinate to him. We are not his equal. We are not his competitors. The Svatashvatara Upanishad says, Natasya karyam karanam cha vidyate, natat samash chabhyadigashta dishyate. The Lord has no equal and no one above him. Which means all of us are dependent on him. And therefore any display of superiority or even equality or any fanciful imagination of becoming identical with the Lord in all sense is madness, sheer madness. It is the greatest violation of God's law. It's a quarrel with reality. So how can one expect any good result if you are at odds with your Maker? Utterly at odds with the source of your life. The life of your life. How can any good result come from that? Right? So Krishna says, the greatest yogi is one who loves me. And that yogi can know me. At the end of the Bhagavad Gita, in the 18th chapter, he says, Bhaktya mam abhijanati yavan yashchashmi tatvata tato mam tatvato gyatva vishate taranantaram. One can know me as I am, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, only by devotional service. And knowing me as such, one can come to me, enter into me, which means come and live with me in my planet, my place. Yes? And one can have an intimate relationship with Krishna, either as a close servant of the Lord, as a friend. If you really want to be equal, yeah, well, you can be. You actually can be equal, even though you're not, constitutionally. But Krishna will accept us as equals if we want him as a friend. And we can say to Krishna, hey, you lost. Your team are carrying us on your backs. So, right? Krishna's friends get to say that to him. Or other devotees of the Lord consider him like their child. And he depends on us for protection and safety and comfort. And if he doesn't get it, how will he live? Krishna allows his devotees to look upon him as if he were needy. And then the love of the gopis is that of madhurya rasa, conjugal love. They offer their everything to the Lord, including their bodies, for his enjoyment. So these types of personal relationships are available, possible for each of us, according to our heart's ultimate inclination. Yes? We have an eternal relationship with Krishna, and the process of Krishna consciousness is to bring us to realize in which way I love Krishna. How do I love Krishna? And how am I eternally related to him? But the preliminary ingredient of love is knowledge. I must have some information. Like we just heard in Krishna book, how so many of the Lord's wives heard about him before they met him. And by hearing about him, they became attracted to him, and they wanted to have him as their husband. And they were thinking about him, meditating on him. And they became thus attached to him. Yes? And so Rukmini Devi, even though she'd never met the Lord, she wrote him a letter saying, please come and marry me. Take me away from these jackals, yes, who have some idea of enjoying me. I only want to marry you. And similarly, other queens of the Lord, they had fixed their hearts upon him even before meeting him. Why? Because they had some knowledge of Krishna. They had heard about him, heard about his glories. So this chapter is called Knowledge of the Absolute, because this is the first step in falling in love with Krishna. Prabhupada said, yes, God is great, but how great is God? And so Krishna begins telling us how great he is. What does he say? He says, that he's going to tell Arjuna everything about himself. And he says, knowing this, nothing further shall remain for you to know. And then he begins to describe how everything is but his energy. Yeah, all the material elements are his energy. He also says that it's very difficult for someone to know him. Out of many thousands among men, one may endeavor for perfection. And of those who have achieved it, hardly one knows me in truth. Very difficult to know Krishna. But he's revealing everything to Arjuna. Why? Because Arjuna is Krishna's devotee. So, it's interesting. You can only know what you love, but you can only love what you know. Yeah? There has to be some initial knowledge by which love can grow. And by the growth of love, by the development of love, one can know more and more and more. So he tells Arjuna that all the ingredients of this world are his energies, and that the living entities are also his energy, but they're paraprakriti, they're superior to this dull matter, this gross matter. He says that of all that is material and all that is spiritual, I am the cause, I am the origin, and I dissolve it in due course of time as well. So he begins to describe how this entire cosmic manifestation is coming from him. He is the basis of everything. So we're understanding now how great God is. So much so that Krishna even says the most apparently outlandish thing. In the 7th verse, he says, O conqueror of wealth, right, which means Arjuna, he says that there is no truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me as pearls are strung on a thread. Jai. 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 Who speaks like this? Who would say that there's no truth superior to me? I am the ultimate, the summum bonum. Yeah, you get a few footballers who throw their arms out, like, who else? Yeah, here I am, it's me again. But Krishna, he's making this wonderful claim, and it's true. No truth superior to me. Everything rests upon me as pearls are strung on a thread. And then he begins to describe his various vibhutis, his opulences, how everything rests upon him, how everything is a manifestation of his energy, and how he has entered into everything. Taste of water, light of the sun. The syllable Om, the sound in ether, ability in man, the fragrance of the earth, heat and fire, life of all that lives. The original seed of all existences. So many different items he describes. The strength of the strong, devoid of passion and desire. Even he says, I am sex life, which is not contrary to religious principles. I am that sex life for begetting good children. Everything is within me. But why does no one therefore know me? Because they are deluded by this material energy. They're deluded by the three modes. Therefore, they don't know how I am above and beyond and the cause of all. This divine energy of mind consisting of the three modes of material nature is difficult to overcome. But those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. The sun is in the sky. Everyone's benefiting from the sunlight. But we don't see the sun because of the cloud. And if we never saw the sun, we might question the existence of a sun, even though we're benefiting from the sun. But we're covered, or rather our vision is covered by something created by the sun. In the same way, the Lord creates this material world, and we are bewildered in our vision of God. We don't see Him. We don't realize how we're benefiting from all of His energies around us, because we're covered by the cloud of illusion, ignorance. And Krishna is the master of that ignorance. He's the master of that energy. And therefore, if one surrenders unto Him, one can cross beyond it. Just like if one gets on an airplane, one can rise above the clouds and see that the sun is perfectly situated in His place. Yes, Maharaji. Is there a definition of love? Yes. Srila Rupa Goswami gives a definition of bhakti, which is perfect word for love. Yeah, bhakti. And he says that Anyabhilashita shunyam, jnana karma dhyanavritam, anukulyana krishnanushilanam, bhaktir uttama. Actually, that's the definition of uttama bhakti, pure bhakti. Bhakti means sarvapadi vinirmuktam, tatparatvana nirmalam hrishikena hrishikesha sevanam bhakti ruchate. Bhakti, or devotional service, love, means to engage all our senses in the service of the master of the senses, Krishna, Hrishikesh. That's love. He gave this body, He gave these senses. They belong to Him. They should be engaged for His purpose. And when I do this, there are two results. My senses are purified, they become spiritual, and I become relieved of all material false designations, notions about who I am, what I'm supposed to do. Love means to serve the master. And pure bhakti, I'm coming to you. Just hang on, listen to you asked the question, right? Pure love means no motive other than to please.
I am asking this because you mentioned that knowing is a predecessor or prerequisite of love.
Yes, in some form, yeah.
With the sun
Yeah.
serving for lighting the universe.
Yeah, the sun lighting the universe.
Service and love. But what is the knowledge or what is the knowing that leads the sun to give the
Oh, so you're taking it that the sun is loving us? Are you saying that the sun is loving us?
Yes.
The sun is loving Krishna. By, what's that verse, do you know it, in Brahma Samhita?
How do we say that there is knowledge?
You can,
Knowledge does exist.
it's here. It's okay. So the sun is traveling in his orbit by the order of Krishna, Govinda. Yes? It is out of obedience to the Lord that the sun is traveling, right? Distributing profuse heat and light all over the universe. Yachakshur Esha Savita? No? Yachakshur Esha Savita. Anyway. The sun knows Krishna. The sun understands that his master is Krishna. Vivasvan manave praha manurikshvaka ve bravit. Imam, the Lord says, Imam vivasvate yogam proktavanaham avyayam. Krishna says, I first instructed this imperishable science of yoga to the sun god, Vivasvan. Yes? Millions of years before. So Vivasvan knows that my master is Lord Vishnu, Krishna. He knows him on some level. And therefore, he obeys the Lord's order. He must. So obedience, if there's no willingness to please, if there's no malleability, if there's no willingness to bend for the desire of the beloved, then where's the love?
The child loves the mom.
The child loves the mom.
And when the baby is born, for example.
Yes.
But there is some knowing. Are you saying that there is some knowledge of the mom? And therefore he loves the mom. He or she.
Does the child love? The child depends on the mother. He knows where food is. Babies are only interested in food.
Is a prerequisite of love.
Yes, you have to know who you love.
In the case of the baby is innocent, he doesn't know anything. But the mother knows her duty instinctively. She loves the child.
Yeah. The mother knows the relationship. So no, I don't mean knowledge necessarily in the sense of facts and figures, Knowledge, it's about understanding the identities and the relationships. That's sambandha again. Who's involved and what is our relationship? Right? There's a natural relationship. Yes, Prabhu.
I found the shortcut.
Thank you.
Brahma
welcome.
552.
552, Brahmasamhita. Savita, Sakala Grahanam, Raja, Samasta Smriti, Shesha, Teja, Yasyapna, Chakro. Yeah.
The sun who is the king of all the planets,
The sun who is the king of all planets, full of infinite effulgence. The image of the good soul is as the eye of this world. I adore the primeval Lord Govinda, in pursuance of whose order the sun performs his journey, mounting the wheel of time.
and I also wanted to say that you asked the definition of love. So in Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Arati 4165, Krishna's cover of Goswami, I'm not sure who's speaking, I think it's Mahaprabhu, I'm not sure. Atmendriya Priti Vancha Tare Holikam, Krishnendriya Priti Ichcha Dhore Prayanam. So the desire to gratify one's own senses is calm, lust. But the desire to please the senses of Lord Krishna is prema, love.
Thank you. Right? The desire to please the senses of the Supreme. This is actual love. Srila Prabhupada gives a very nice summary of our Krishna consciousness philosophy in a lecture delivered in Calcutta, 1972. Can't remember the exact date. But he's describing really how the process of happiness is to serve the transcendental senses of Krishna. He says, you can take the rasgulla by your fingers and try to enjoy like that, but that will not make you enjoy. You must serve the stomach. The rasgulla has to be placed in the stomach. So the process is to serve the transcendental senses of the Lord. Then I can be happy. Because I'm intimately in connection with the Supreme Lord. So I must direct my energy to the satisfaction of Krishna's senses, not directly trying to satisfy my own senses. I have to engage these senses in the service of their master, Hrishikesh. That is love. And that love includes love for all living entities. Trying to love without loving God is like trying to water the tree, by putting a little water on each leaf or twig. I have to water the root. This is the real process of watering. So, Krishna is supreme. He is the cause of everything. One is suffering due to ignorance of his position. One can easily get out of that ignorance and suffering by surrendering to him. Then why don't people do it? Because they're grossly foolish. The lowest among mankind. Their knowledge is stolen by illusion. Or they partake of the atheistic nature of demons. And thus they don't surrender to Krishna. This will lead us nicely into today's verse. There are, of course, others who do surrender to Krishna. Yes? We don't want to dwell on this. We want to get to 728. But Krishna glorifies those who take shelter of him and surrender unto him. And such rare souls who surrender unto him are very rare. And they come to knowledge of the Lord after many births and deaths. Some people worship the demigods. And Krishna helps them according to their desire. But actually, they are less intelligent because the fruits that they get from the demigods are temporary. But those who are Krishna's devotees, they are more intelligent. They're broad-minded. And they reach Krishna's supreme eternal planet. Unintelligent people think that Krishna is ultimately impersonal and that he has somehow assumed this personality. But they do not know his higher nature, which is imperishable and supreme. Krishna says, I'm never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them I am covered by my internal potency. Therefore they do not know that I am unborn and infallible. And he tells Arjuna, I know everything that has happened in the past, all that is happening in the present, and all things that are yet to come. I also know all living entities, but me, no one knows. He says, all living entities are born into delusion, bewildered by dualities arisen from desire and hate. We are attached and averse to all sorts of things in this world. We like some things and we dislike other things. This is our delusion, our duality. The duality of delusion. We accept and reject based on what pleases our mind and senses, without understanding that everything is paraphernalia for Krishna's enjoyment, service to Krishna. I have no business with what is pleasurable or displeasurable. My only business is how can everything be utilized for the glory and satisfaction of their Maker, the Supreme Lord. So let's read this text 28 purport once again. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, and who are freed from the duality of delusion, engage themselves in my service with determination. Those eligible for elevation to the transcendental position are mentioned in this verse. For those who are sinful, atheistic, foolish, and deceitful, it is very difficult to transcend the duality of desire and hate. Sinful, atheistic, foolish, deceitful. They are wrapped up in the duality of desire and hate. Only those who have passed their lives in practicing the regulative principles of religion, who have acted piously, and have conquered sinful reactions, can accept devotional service and gradually rise to the pure knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So who can accept devotional service? Who can actually take it up? Those who have some history of credit, pious credit, by practicing regulative principles of religion, acting piously, conquered sinful reactions. Yes, so they are generally followers of scriptural directions. When Krishna creates this material world, he also gives guidelines. If you want to prosper, if you want to be benefited, if you want to stay out of trouble, then these are my recommendations. Yes? And then by following those recommendations and regulations, one is helped by God through the scripture. But if one is averse to or goes against the scriptural recommendations and injunctions, then that is vikarma. One is simply creating trouble for oneself. You cannot get away with causing unnecessary trouble to others. You must suffer some reaction, some consequence. That's how you will be educated. You'll learn that this is not good. Yeah? If I go against God's law, if I take the life of another living entity without sanction, then there must be consequence, reaction, punishment. I can't do that. I wouldn't like anyone to do it to me. In this way, gradually, well, even if we don't learn from our mistakes, the point is that there has to be order. Yeah? What kind of a father would let one child give pain to the other? You can't allow that to fly. It has to be stopped. There has to be consequence. There has to be Papa Purusha, the personality who administers the reactions of sins. But the Lord is also merciful, and therefore He gives us the day of Ekadashi to become free from the reactions of sins. And the Papa Purusha has nowhere to go on that Ekadashi. It's so auspicious and benedictory. Where does he go? Krishna gave him shelter and grains, so devotees don't eat grains on that day. So, some credit, some history of piety and following God's law. Then gradually they can meditate in trance on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. So the Vedas are uplifting everybody to the position of knowledge of Krishna and engagement in His devotional service. Gradually then they can meditate in trance on the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is the process of being situated on the spiritual platform. This elevation is possible in Krishna consciousness in the association of pure devotees who can deliver one from delusion. So only by the association of Krishna's devotees is it possible to be elevated. It is stated in the Srimad Bhagavatam that if one actually wants to be liberated, he must render service to the devotees. But one who associates with materialistic people is on the path leading to the darkest region of existence. In the Sanskrit. Which part again, sorry? Okay, that's in this version, yeah. The gate to hell, to darkness, is by bad association. So according to what we, what we associate with in this world, we get a corresponding result. If you lie down with dogs, you wake up with fleas. That's the old adage. Yeah? So our association will carry us in a particular direction, broadly speaking, up or down. So the association of devotees is so vital. All the devotees of the Lord traverse this earth just to recover the conditioned souls from their delusion. That's why they come, to give their association, so that we can have some impetus, some beginning. And so they try to plant seeds. Brahmanda Brahmite Kona Bhagyavan Jiva Guru Krishna Prasadi Pai Bhakti Lata Bij. Wandering here and there, all over the universe for lifetimes together. If one is Bhagyavan Jiva, if one is a fortunate soul, one receives the seed of the creeper of devotional service from Krishna's devotee, by the mercy of Guru and Krishna. Krishna's first mercy is that he sends Guru, and the mercy of the Guru is that one meets Krishna. So only by their mercy is one uplifted. Therefore they go everywhere to distribute that mercy. But can everyone take it? Does everyone take it? Does everyone agree? Not everyone agrees. The impersonalists do not know that forgetting their constitutional position as subordinate to the Supreme Lord is the greatest violation of God's law. Unless one is reinstated in his own constitutional position, it is not possible to understand the Supreme Personality or to be fully engaged in his transcendental loving service with determination. So to understand Krishna, to love Krishna with fixed determination, one has to be reinstated in one's constitutional position as servant of Krishna. Jivira Swarupahoy Krishnera Nityadas. Krishnera Tatasta Shakti Beda Bed Prakash. That is our constitutional position, part and parcel of Krishna. So the devotees go everywhere to give us information about Krishna, to take up the path of bhakti, right? Here's Bhagavad Gita, read it, you'll know who God is. Oh, okay, great. Now what? Now chant Hare Krishna. Yeah, come out with us on Sankirtan. Yes, hear about Krishna. Chant the Lord's glories. Serve the Lord in the temple. Render service to His devotees. So many things need to be done. This whole world is paraphernalia for pleasing Krishna. So we get a little knowledge, and then we are engaged in the Lord's service, and the culmination is to completely love Krishna and realize Him directly, face to face. Not everybody takes the opportunity. Therefore, this verse, Lord Krishna in this verse says that certain types of people can be eradicated, can be freed from the dualities of delusion. And thus they engage themselves in my service with determination. Some people get the information and very quickly they take to it. Others get angry. They get angry. Why? Because they have not acted piously in previous lives and in this life. They're burdened by sin. And thus they are averse to the Lord. Their faces are turned away from Him and they don't want to know about Him. They're burdened by the reactions of sinful life, and the consequence of that is disinterest or distaste for a relationship with the Supreme Lord. Whereas others who have some credit as a result of previous association and devotional service or piety, the greatest piety is to hear Srimad Bhagavatam. So because of some credit, they are able to take to this opportunity and they can make further progress. We're running out of time. Are there any questions or thoughts?
A little bit off topic, but I have an ambition. Whenever I see this word Earth written with a small e, that is equating the entire planet with all her oceans and mountains and peoples and continents with Earth, which is a handful of dirt.
Yeah.
It should be a capital E. It's a proper noun. She is a person.
Okay. Yes.
That's my ambition, is to see Margaret correct that error and personalize the earth. Then she might treat with more respect.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah. Absolutely. Bhumi Devi. She's person.
We're following their standard, but we shouldn't. We should show them the standard.
Are you seeing Earth here? Is it in this? Did I miss the word somewhere?
The word earth was in
Yeah? Okay. I'm not paying close enough attention.
3 times after the word earth. That's why.
Yeah.
Very good observation.
Absolutely. Thank you.
The proper name is capital E.
Yeah. Anything else on today's topic? We have to wrap up anyway. Pardon?
In my opinion.
It depends. Some people refer to a handful of soil as earth.
That's how you distinguish the two.
Yeah. But the personality of the earth certainly deserves a capital. Okay, so thank you very much for all your attention. And now we'll have Arati. Shri Srimad Bhagavad Gita ki Jai, Srila Prabhupada ki Jai, Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Jai, Hare Krishna.
please stand up for deity greeting? Thank you. जय श्री श्री राधा गोकुलानंद की, जय सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान जी की, जय गौर निताय चाँद की, जय जगत गुरु श्रील प्रभुपाद की, जय अनंत कोटि वैष्णव भक्त वृंद की, निताय गौर प्रेमानंदे हरि हरि बोल। जय जय गोराचदे आरती को शुभा আছে গৌরাচা রত্ন সিংহাসনে জয় গৌরাচা জয় গৌরাচা ও বসি আছে গৌরাচা রত্ন সিংহাসনে आरती करे न ब्रह्मा आदि देवगणे आरती करे न ब्रह्मा आदि देवगणे ओ नर आदि करे चामर ढुलायो चामर ढुलायो संजय मुकुंद वसु घोष आदि गाय संजय मुकुंद वसु घोष आदि गाय शंख बजे घंटा बजे बजे करतालो जय शंख बजे घंटा बजे शंख बजे घंटा बजे ओ बजे करतालो जय शंख बजे जय श्री राधा गोकुलानंद जय राधा माधव जय गौरांग मधुरा मृदंग बजे परम रसाल मधुरा मृदंग बजे परम रसाल ओ শঙ্খ বাজে ঘণ্টা বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে ও শঙ্খ বাজে ঘণ্টা বাজে মধুর 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 বাজে নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল নিতাই গৌর হরি বল ও বহু কোটি চন্দ্র চিনি বদনায়ুজ্জ্বল ও বহু কোটি চন্দ্র জিনি বদনায়ুজ্জ্বল हो गल देश बनमाला करे झलमाला हो गल देश बनमाला करे झलमाला शिव शुक नारद प्रेमे गद गद शिव शुक नारद प्रेमे गद गद भक्ति विनोद देखे गोरार सम्पद नमो विष्णुपदाय कृष्णपृष्ठाय भूतले श्रीमाते भक्तिवेदान्त स्वामिने ते नामिने नमस्ते सरस्वती देवे गौरवाणी प्रचारिणे निर्विशेष शून्यवादी पाश्चात्य देशतारिणे Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Oh, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Oh, Jayo Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Radha Gokulananda, Shri Radhe. Oh, Jayo Sita Rama Lakshman Hanuman, Jayo Sita Rama Lakshman Hanuman. Oh, Jayo Gauranitai, 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 Jayo Gauranitai. Oh, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Prabhupada. Jai Srila Prabhupada. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol.
Jai Shri Gauranga Gandhika Jai Shri Radha Gokulananda Dev ki Jai Om Vishnu Bhat Paramhans Virat Kacharya Sota Satashi Srimad Abhay Charanarvinda Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Antarashtriya Shri Krishna Bhavanamrit Sangha ki Jai ISKCON Founder Acharya Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Jai Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Goswami Thakur ki Jai Shri Gaur Kishoras Babaji Maharaj ki Jai Sachidananda Bhakti Vinod Thakur ki Jai Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj ki Jai Jai Shri Rup Sanatan Bhatta Raghunath Shri Jiva Gopala Bhatta Das Raghunath Shad Goswami Prabhu ki Jai Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Jai Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur ki Jai Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadha Shri Vas Adi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki Jai Jai Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan ki Jai Mathura Vrindavan Dham ki Jai Navadik Mayapur Dham ki Jai Shri Jagannath Puri Kshetra Dham ki Jai Gangamai Jamunamai ki Jai Vrinda Devi Tulasi Maharani ki Jai Samavita Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Shri Hari Nam Sankirtan Mahayagya ki jai. Nitai Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bo. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the lotus feet of Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna.
Nrsimha Parata Nrsimha Yato Yato Yami Tato Nrsimha Yato Yato Bahi Nrsimha Hridaya Nrsimha Singhamading Sharanang Prapade Tava Karakamala Varenakam Adbhuta Shringa Dalita Hiranyakashipu Tanu Brunga Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jayo Jagadish Hare Jayo Jagadish Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jaya Jagadish Hare Oh Jaya Jagadish Jaya Jagadish Jaya Jagadish Hare Nrsimhadev Jaya, Nrsimhadev, Nrsimhadev Jaya, Nrsimhadev, Nrsimhadev, Jaya Nrsimhadev, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj. Jayo Narahari, Jayo Narahari, Narahari, Jayo Narahari. Anitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. Shri Nrsimhadev Bhagavan ki jai, Shri Prahlad Maharaj ki jai, Shri Radha Gokulananda, Shri Sitaram Lakshmanaman, Shri Gaur Nitai Sandhya Arati Sundararati ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Samagata Bhaktivinoda ki jai, Nitai Gaura Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. Janmadinam ki jai.
Little high. Yes. चैतन्य चरितामृत का डिस्प्ले के लिए कर लीजिए। जय राधा माधव कुंज विहारी, जय राधा माधव कुंज विहारी, जय गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी, जय गोपी जन वल्लभ गिरिवरधारी, यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन, यशोदानंदन ब्रज जन रंजन, यमुना तीरा बनचारी यमुना तीरा बनचारी जय राधा माधव कुंज विहारी हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे 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 कृष्ण 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 हरे 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 राम 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 हरे हरे जय राधा गोकुलानंद राधे जय सीताराम जय सीताराम जय सीताराम जय जगन्नाथ जय जगन्नाथ बलदेव जय सुभद्रा जय गौरनिताय जय गौरनिताय गौरनिताय जय गौरनिताय जय प्रभुपद जय प्रभुपद प्रभुपद श्रील प्रभुपद जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत श्री श्रीमद एसी भक्ति वेदांत स्वामी श्रील प्रभुपाद की इस्कान संस्थापकाचार्य जगत गुरु श्रील प्रभुपाद की जय ओम विष्णुपाद परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य अष्टोत्तर शत श्री श्रीमद भक्ति सिद्धांत सरस्वती महाराज श्रील प्रभुपाद की अनंत कोटि वैष्णव वृंद की नामाचार्य श्रील हरिदास ठाकुर की श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासदि गौर भक्त वृंद के श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन के श्री वृंदावन धाम के श्री मथुरा धाम के मायापुर नवदीप धाम के श्री श्री जगन्नाथपुरी धाम के श्री श्री रथ यात्रा महामहोत्सव की श्री श्री गुंडीचा मार्जन महोत्सव की समवेत भक्त वृंद के ऑल ग्लोरीज assembled devotees श्री श्री राधा गोकुलानंद जी की श्री श्री सीताराम लक्ष्मण हनुमान जी की जय श्री श्री राधा श्याम सुंदर की श्री श्री कृष्ण बलराम की श्री श्री जगन्नाथ सुभद्रा बलदेव की श्री श्री निताई गौर सुंदर की श्री श्री गुरु एम गौरांग की ओम अज्ञानतिमिरान्धस्य ज्ञानाञ्जनशलाकया चक्षुरुन्मीलितं येन तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। हे कृष्ण करुणा सिन्धो दीनबन्धो जगत्पते गोपेश गोपिका कांत राधा कांत नमस्तुते। जयतां सुरतोर पंगोर मम मंदमतिर्गति मत सर्वस्वपदां भोज राधा मदन मोहनौ। तप्त कांचन गौरांगी राधे वृंदावनेश्वरी वृषभानुसुते देवी प्रणमामि हरिप्रिय। नमो महावदान्याय कृष्ण प्रेम प्रदायते कृष्णाय कृष्ण चैतन्य नामने गौरत्विषे नमः। श्री चैतन्य मनोभीष्टं स्थापितं येन भूतले सोऽयं रूपः कदा मह्यं ददाति स्वपदान्तिकम्। वाञ्छाकल्पतरुभ्यश्च कृपा सिन्धुभ्य एव च पतितानां पावनेभ्यो वैष्णवेभ्यो नमो नमः। जय श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभो नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर श्रीवासादि गौर भक्तवृंद। हरे कृष्ण 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 हरे हरे Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. We will recite a shloka, a payar from Chaitanya Charitamrita. It is from Madhya Leela, chapter 12, and text is 106. Chaitanya Charitamrita, Madhya Leela, chapter 12, text 106. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Nirmal, Sital, Snigdha, Karila, Mandire, Apana Hridaya, Jena, Dharila, Bahire, Nirmala Sitala Snigdha, Karila Mandire, Nirmala Sitala Snigdha, Karila Mandire, Apana Hridaya Jena, Dharila Bahire, Nirmala Sitala Snigdha, Karila Mandire, Apana Hridaya Jena, Dharila Bahire, Nirmala Sitala Snigdha, Karila Mandire, Apana Hridaya Jena, Dharila Bahire. माता जी निर्मल ठीक यस निर्मल शीतल स्निग्ध करिला मंदिरे अपन हृदय जन धरिल निर्मल प्यूरिफाइड शीतल कूल स्निग्ध प्लीजिंग करिला मेड मंदिरे द टेम्पल अपन हृदय on heart jena as if dharila kept bahire outside. Translation by Srila Prabhupada. When the temple was cleansed, it was purified, cool and pleasing, just as if the Lord's own pure mind had appeared. Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada ki. Tomorrow is the festival of Rath Yatra. As here, the biggest festival is Janmashtami. Here, Gokulanand is present. Janmashtami is the biggest festival. In Jagannath temple, the biggest festival is Rath Yatra. At the occasion of Rath Yatra, many people gather in Jagannath Puri. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was residing there in Jagannath Puri on the occasion of Rath Yatra. Many associates of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, many devotees of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu come to Jagannath Puri from Bengal, from Navadvip and surrounding area. Rath Yatra means Jagannath, Lord Jagannath, Baldev, Subhadra go out of their temple sitting on a rath. They come out of their own temple and they go to Gundicha temple. Gundicha temple is around 2 miles away from the original temple of Lord Jagannath. It is in east-north side, 2 miles. Jagannath, they stay there for 1 week, and the rest of year is thrown is vacant. So naturally their dust come and grass come. So before Rath Yatra, before reaching Lord Jagannath to Gundicha Mandir, devotees are interested to clean the temple, Gundicha temple. Actually, it is said that Gundicha is the name of the wife of Indradum, King Indradum. One theory. After her name, the name of her temple is famous. Another theory is Gundicha is the Mausi of Lord Jagannath. Mausi means sister of mother. Mausi is called the sister of mother. We see in the pastime of Jagannath Dev, on a hot day, on Jyeshtha Purnima, he takes bath with cool water and he fell sick. He was sick, so his wife Lakshmi Devi served him, and she doesn't allow any person to meet Lord Jagannath. Jagannath is sick. So he takes a rest in the bedroom of Lakshmi Devi. But after 2 weeks, he get relaxed, it cure of the disease, cure of the fever. So for more relaxation, he goes to his mouse's house. He goes to the house of his mouse. It is seen that women loves the son of her sister. Generally, they do not make difference between her own son and in the son of her sister. They are very affectionate to the son of her sister. Oh, Jagannath Dev also, for relaxation, goes to the house of Gundicha, his Mausi. And another theory is that Gundicha represents the Vrindavan. The original temple of Lord Jagannath is Dwarika. Krishna lives in Dwarika, but he is not fully satisfied. He is desirous to go Vrindavan. He is always desirous to go Vrindavan. In Jagannath Puri, the original temple is regarded as Dwarika and Gundicha temple is Vrindavan. So, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu enjoys this consciousness, this feeling. Krishna is coming to Vrindavan. Anyway, of Krishna age, Jagannath is coming to the temple of Gundicha, so cleaning of temple is necessary. And devotees are very interested in cleaning of the temple. Different groups take part in the temple. But when Lord Chaitanya was there, he wanted to do this service to Lord Jagannath, the service of cleaning the temple, Gundicha temple. It is described in Chaitanya Charitamrita. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu wanted to do this service, so he in advance booked the service. Jagannath Rath Yatra Nikat Haila. Jagannath festival is near, तो प्रथम आई काशी मिश्रे प्रभु बोला इला परीक्षा पात्र सार्वभौम बोला इला अनिला. O Chaitanya Mahaprabhu called 3 persons. Kashi Mishra. Kashi Mishra is the Purohit of king, priest of king. And in his direction, the festival is going on. He is the in charge of festival. And Paricha Patra. Paricha Patra is the superintendent of temple. In a way, he is the head priest of the temple, head pujari of temple. And Sarvabhaum Bhattacharya was a scholar of the Jagannath Puri. He was very prominent person. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu called all the three persons, Kasi Mishra, Paricha Patra and सार्वभौम भट्टाचार्य. और तीन जने पासे प्रभु हासिया कहिल गुंडीचा मंदिर मार्जन सेवा मांगे नील. When all the three persons were present, he requested for taking the service of Gundicha Marjan, the cleaning of the Gundicha temple. परीक्षा कहे आमी सब सेवक तोमार जे तुम्हारा इच्छा से कर्तव्य अमार. The head pujari, the superintendent of temple, said, we are servant, we are your servant. Oh, as you desire, we follow your desire. We can't go out of your desire. विशेषे राजार आज्ञा हैया छे अमारे. The king of Odisha has ordered them, प्रभुर आज्ञा जैसे शीघ्र करिवारे. The superintendent of temple is telling that the king has ordered us whatsoever order of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, you have to follow that. तुम्हार योग्य सेवा न है मंदिर मार्जन. Though it is not befitting service to you, the service doesn't befit to you, but यही एक लीला करो जे तुम्हारे मन. और you are doing pastime, so if you want to do this pastime, we agree, we have no objection. किंतु घट सम्मार्जनी बहुत चाहिए. The superintendent told, your group is very large, so many brooms and many pots will be needed. एक आज्ञा देह आजी सब यह आनी दिए. Superintendent told, if you order, I will arrange. I will bring brooms and pots right today. नूतन एक सतघट सत सम्मार्जनी परीक्षा अनिल दिल प्रभु इच्छा जानी. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu gave affirmation by the symptoms of his face. The superintendent understood that it is approval of Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So he brought new brooms 100 and 100 new pots, earthen pots. घड़ा नूतन एक सत्र घट सत सम्मार्जनी परीक्षा अनिल दिल प्रभु इच्छा जानी. He supplied this item. आरती ने प्रभाते लैया निज गण फ्री हस्ते सवार संगे लेपिला चंदन. Other day, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu in the morning called all his associates, his devotees, and when they gathered together, free haste sabhar ange lepila chandane. By his own hand, he smeared the chandan, sandal, on the forehead of the devotee. Free haste dila savari ek marjani. Free haste savari ange lepila chandane. Free haste dila savari ek marjani. And he personally put one broom in the hand of every devotee. Sabhagana laya prabhu chalila apani. Every devotee has a broom in his hand, and Chaitanya Mahaprabhu went with them. Gundicha mandire gela karite marjan prathame marjani laya karila sodhan. All the devotees reached Gundicha marjan with broom, but Chaitanya Mahaprabhu started this service. He started brooming the temple. भीतर मंदिरे ऊपर सकल माजिल सिंहासन माजी पुनः स्थापन करिल. Here it is told भीतर मंदिर ऊपर सकल माजिल. He started to clean the temple. He cleaned the inside. And he cleaned the ground and also the walls and roofs, because the temple was closed for long, or even it is open, so good maintenance was not there. So he is doing maha cleaning. The ground is clean, walls are clean, and even roofs are clean. This is the system. Some devotee do the work of cleaning, but they moves the broom only on ground. And there are jhols and makada. Intelligent person see every side. About Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, it is said, Bhitar Mandira Ishwar Sakala Manjila Singhasan Manje Puna Sthapana Karila. There was Singhasan of Lord. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu moved the Singhasan and broom the place, and again he established the Singhasan as it was previously. And Chota Bada Mandire Kaila Marjana Sodhan Pache Teche Sodhila Free Jagmohan. He started to clean. He is cleaning every corner of temple. In temple, there are different parts. The part where deity is staying, that is Garbhagriha, and after that there is a space, and after that hall, Sankirtan hall, that is called Jagmohan. Garbhagriha means the place where deity is standing, and outer side of the temple all is called Jagmohan. Chota Bada Mandire Koila Marjana Sodhana Pache Teche Sodhila Free Jagmohan. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his associates are cleaning the temple. Charidige Satabhakta Sammarjani Kare Apani Sodhana Prabhu Sikhav Sabhare. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is leader. He is doing, and he is training to others how to clean properly. Prema Premolasa Sodhana Layana Krishna Na Bhaktagana Krishna Kahe Kare Nija Kaam. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was observed in this service. His mind was totally here, and they were chanting the name of Krishna. Bhaktagana Krishna kare nij kam. They are doing the work of cleaning, but they are uttering the name of Krishna. Or they are in pleasure, out of love, they are very pleasing mood. धूली धूसर तनु देखिते शोभन कहाँ कहाँ अश्रु जले करे सम्मार्जन. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu is doing the work of cleaning. He is brooming, so naturally his body is covered with dust. But dust-covered body is very beautiful. It looks very beautiful. Her body is covered with dust, and he is absorbed in the thought of Krishna. Naturally, some tears come out. Some part of his body is wet with the tear. He is looking very beautiful. भोग मंदिरे शोधन करी शोधिल प्रांगण सकल आवास क्रमे करिल शोधन. He clean the area where bhoga is offered, bhog mandap, and शोधिल प्रांगण. He clean the sankirtan hall, सकल आवास क्रमे करिल शोधन. And there was ashram. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu also cleaned the ashram area, the rooms of ashram. Trinadholi kinkur sabha ekatra kariya bahirvase laya felar kariya bahir kariya. There were dust collected, some grass were there, some concord, small stones were there. All were collected. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu took all the dust, the grass and stone in his own cloth, and he kept it outside of temple. And Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told that everyone have to keep the dust separately. I will see who has collected how much dust, or that will be meter who is doing well, how much he is doing labor. And finally he told, if someone is found little dust, he will be fined with prasad. The collection of dust and grass is the list. That person will serve, that person will bring prasad and serve the all devotee. Here, description is given. If I will read the every pair, it will take time. I am going to summarize. First round, temple was cleaned. Everywhere they do the broom. But Chaitanya Mahaprabhu told, no, this is not final. Once again everyone will clean their area. Second round gone, then Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was satisfied. After dust were removed, Chaitanya Mahaprabhu asked for water. 100 of devotees were already ready to provide water. Once Chaitanya Mahaprabhu called for water, they started to provide. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and other devotees throw the water on ceiling. khapar. Khapar is a pot whose mouth is open. You can understand if you will throw water with the pot whose mouth is not wide, the water will not go together. So if the pot whose mouth is wide, you can throw the water altogether. So khapar shabd has been used. I understand, but I can't translate in English. With khapar, he was throwing the water on ceiling, on walls, and on throne, and with his own clothes, he cleansed the temple, especially the throne, and it was now very cleaned. Here, Krishna Das Kaviraj Goswami is telling Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his team cleansed the temple properly. Finally, Nirmala Talasnigdha Karila Mandire, they made the temple quite clear, and it is cool, and it is snigdha. It is purified, it is cool, and it is pleasing. And a simile is given here, apana hridaya jene dharila bahire. The temple was looking as if Chaitanya Mahaprabhu has put outside his heart. Here, three words are used. Nirmala Sitala Snigdha Karila Mandire. A mandir, the temple was clear, and it was sital, it was cool. This is a very important fact. For Rath Yatra, we should keep in mind that it is the summer season. In summer season, a cool place is pleasant. This is the theory of service, general theory. In Srimad Bhagavatam, we read that when Krishna Balaram returned from forest, Ma Jasoda and Rohini provided them a best facility. But Sukadeva Goswami is telling yatha kamam yatha kalam. Ma Jasoda is giving many things to eat and many beautiful clothes. But the guiding principle is yatha kalam yatha kamam. If you are doing service to someone, you have to keep two things in mind. You have to consider the desire of the person, his taste, one thing, and you have to consider the time, the weather. Sometimes people make mistake. I have heard a story. I will use the word pujari, purohit and jajman. Purohit means the person who is giving ahuti oblations and who is performing different ritualistic, or he is called purohit. And the person who engage him, the person who employ the Purohit, he is Yajman. So, any Purohit has different Yajmans. One Purohit came in village and he stayed the house of Yajman. Yajman was very pleased. He was very happy to see Purohit and he was serving. Purohit came in the season of summer. So Yajman took him on the bell and fetching water and pouring on his body. It is very pleasing. But the brother of Yajman was saying, actually they were brother, but at present they have not good relation. Brother was not near, at a distance he was saying, my brother, how is serving the Purohit? He saw that for the bathing, he fetched 25 balti of water. From the bell, cool water, he was fetching and pouring on the body of Purohit. It is summer season, so it is very pleasant. But the brother of Yajman took a vow, if Purohit comes in my house, I will serve double. I will provide water just double, at least 50 balti of water. Yajman planned this idea, and the Purohit he came in his house. So he took him on the well and started to fetch water and pouring water, but it was winter season. And he started in pouring. He thought, I have above him, so he poured 50 balti on his body. But Panditji was, Purohit was shivering. It was not pleasant to him. In service, the time is an important factor. And taste of the person to whom I supply, I provide the facility. Yatha kamam, yatha kalam. We should keep in mind that Rath Yatra is in the season of summer. If mandir is cool, it is pleasant to Lord. Nirmala Sitala Snigdha Karila Mandire. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu with water made it cool. It is pleasant to Jagannath Swami. And about the cleaning, he is saying, the apana hridaya jena dharila bahire. The temple was so clean, as if Lord Chaitanya has placed his own heart outside. With the Gundicha margin, it is implied that we have to thought about the cleansing of our heart. Though service to Lord is a thing, and it is said that simply if anyone see the performance of cleaning the temple, or he is not fortunate enough to see, he is just hearing about the cleaning of Gundicha temple, he will get the lotus feet of Lord Chaitanya. In this sense, it is very important. And another thing, as here topic has been given, the cleaning of heart. If we have to bring Lord Krishna in our heart, it is expected that our heart should be clean. And it should be cool, it should be snigdha. Snigdha means pleasing. Snigdha is made with sneh. Sneh is told while. Oh, there are two divisions. Some persons are very dry, and they are called ruksh. And some persons are affectionate, that is called snigdha. Affection is necessary, and cleaning is necessary, and cooling is necessary. There are some thought, their nature is cooling nature, as affection is cold nature, and anger is of a hot nature. Reading this statement, the sadhaka desires that we should prepare our heart so that Krishna can come in. What is the process to clean the heart? There are many processes. If someone goes austerity, his heart is purified. He is giving donation, his heart is purified. He is reciting mantra, his heart is purified. These are the process, these are the means to purify the heart. But they have some fault, they have their limitation. The best process is hearing and chanting. In Srimad Bhagavatam, we see that Parikshit Maharaj wants to keep his heart, keep his mind absorbed in the thought of Krishna. And that, in that state, he wants to leave the body. So he requested Sukadeva Goswami, Gayat Vishnu Gatha, speak Srimad Bhagavatam. I will hear, and this is the best means, this is the best process to clean the heart. There are some dust in heart, accumulated sins, dust, and different sanskaras who are not favorable for bhakti. Main dust is kam, the lust, krodh, anger, and greed, lobha. As you read in Bhagavad Gita, kama, krodhas, tatha, lobha. These are the way to hell. These are not way to Vaikuntha. We have to remove these dirty things. In Srimad Bhagavatam, it is said, Srinvata Shraddhaya Nityam Grinatascha Swacheshtitam. First of all, we should consider two facts. If we have to get our heart cleansed, we are trying, and individual is trying to get it cleansed. This is one choice. I myself will clean my heart. And other choice is Krishna will clean the heart himself. Who will give the better result? Who has power more? If Krishna is doing any works, he is more powerful. He will do better. In Srimad Bhagavatam, it is advised there is some process. If you follow that process, Krishna will clean your heart. It is said, Srinvata Shraddhaya Nityam Grinatascha Swacheshtitam. If someone is hearing regularly the glory of Krishna, and Grinatascha, he is uttering the glory of Sri Krishna. Swacheshtitam, Srila Prabhupada is telling, this business have to do the sadhaka. Swacheshtitam. To hear, for hearing and for uttering, he should be active. Swacheshtitam. This attempts, this endeavor is expected from the sadhaka. Kalena na ati dirghena Bhagavan visate hridi. If we continue the process of hearing, the process of uttering the glory of Lord, Lord, I will enter in my heart. Kale nati dirghena. It will not take a very long time. It will take time, but no ati dirghena. It will not take a long time. Pravishta karna randhrena. Someone may raise an objection. Krishna is already in heart as a Paramatma. But Paramatma is neutral. He is not active. He is neutral. Though some energy he gives, all the energy are coming from him, but he is not very active. Pravishta karna randhrena swanam bhava swarurvam. If we continue the process of hearing, the process of chanting, Krishna enter through the whole of ear. Pravishta karna randhrena swanam bhava swarurvam. He enters through the whole of ear and goes to heart. Or dhunoti samalam Krishna salilasya yathasarat. When he reached in heart, he dissipates, he removes, or he destroys. Sanskrit word is dhunoti. He destroyed, beating it. He removes it, beating it. Dhunoti samalam. Any kind of dust, any kind of dirt, any kind of sin. Salilasya yathasarat. An example is given as the autumn season, a winter season, clarifies the dirt of water. So, consider this example. In rainy season, water is dirty. In water, there is mixture of earth, dhul, mitti. But there are many processes to clarify the water. If we take dirty water and keep it on a pot. After some time, the upper part of water is purified. You can take it. But the dirt is there. Dirt has not gone away. Dirt is there in the lower part of water. There are other processes. We can use some chemical as Nagarpalika does for supplying water. They mix some chemical. But you have to give attention. A limited water can be purified. One thing, you can't put the water of whole river, or you can't use the chemical. By the dint of chemical, you can't get purified the all water. One thing. And other thing, water is purified. You have kept in pot, water is purified, you can use. But if there is movement in water, if someone is moving the pot, the water becomes again dirty. So if you are taking the process of austerity, japa, and donation, heart is purified. But if it is mixed with sense object, there is agitation. It loses its purification. The heart becomes agitated. But if water is purified by the effect of autumn, winter season, in that case, all the water will become purified. It may be in a river, in pond, in well, all the water are purified. And after a moment, sometimes the deep in the nadi, in a river, but water will not get dirty. So there is difference. If water is purified by season, autumn season, winter season, it purifies all the water, and it is not going to dirty with movement. But the water in pot will become dirty with some movement. So, if someone is purifying his heart by other process, with the process of austerity, or process of donation, process of charity, heart is purified, but it is not permanently purified. With some situation, in some situation, it will be again agitated. But if Krishna is there and he is purifying the heart, it will be purified permanently. It will be not agitated even with the connection of sense object. So, Salilasya Yathasarat. Example is given, it is very clear. For if we keep hearing and chanting, Krishna will cleanse our heart. This is the best process of cleaning the heart. To continue the process of hearing, the process of chanting. If someone keep it, automatically he will remember Krishna. His mind will be filled with the thought of Krishna. So, this is the best process according to Srimad Bhagavatam. On other places also this example is given. Sarada nirajotpatya nirani prakritim gata. Sukadeva Goswami is describing Vrindavan in autumn season, in winter season, in the month of Ashwin and Kartik. He is telling Sarada nirajotpatya, due to a winter season, there are lotus blowing and nirani prakritim gata. The water has come in its natural position. Actually, water is pure, but due to association, due to contact of earth, it becomes dirty. Nirani prakritim yajau. All the waters got their original position. Bhrashta namyo chetanse punar yoga nisevaya. Sometimes it is said that the person who is engaged in bhakti yoga, but with some reason he is deviated. But he again starts the process of bhakti yoga, he will be purified. So, according to Srimad Bhagavatam, the best process for cleaning the heart is to hear the glory of Krishna, to utter the glory and name of Krishna. This is the theory, this is the principle about cleaning the heart. Chaitanya Mahaprabhu was cleaning the temple, but it is said that the temple were looking as if Lord's heart is in outside. I have no idea of time when I have to stop. Today I stop here. If you have to ask anything and there is time, you can ask. And tomorrow also there will be a class. And tomorrow I will tell something about Rath Yatra, how Chaitanya Mahaprabhu enjoyed the procession of Rath Yatra. Actually, I speak in Hindi. It is some difficult to express myself in English, to translate the slokas in English. But anyway, I tried my best to say something. Hare Krishna. Sri Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu ki, Sri Sri Gundicha Marjan ki, Sri Sri Rath Yatra Maha Mahotsav ki. Hare Krishna.
हमने मिस करा बाहर को क्या है हमारे पास आपने तो बहुत अच्छी क्लास
Goed spast ze, af je ook die her. Ah, die her.
हिंदी आपने मालूम क्या अच्छा हिंदी में नहीं समस्या
Ik hoop dat het voor mij niet zo makkelijk is. Als ik चारा ना लगने और चाबी से बहुत मुश्किल है कोई शब्द कोई से जो
After 2 days, from now. Maka iko workshop.
Yeah, which came together. Yeah, we're going to Darshan.
Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Jai Jai Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radhe Jaya Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radha Gokulananda Radhe Jaya Sita Ram Sita Ram Sita Ram Jaya Lakshman Hanuman Jaya Gauranitai 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 Jaya Gauranitai Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Prabhupada Jai Gaura Premanande Jai Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivrajagacharya Sri Sriman A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada ki Jai Vishnupad Paramhamsa Parivrajagacharya Sri Sriman Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Goswami Maharaj Prabhupada ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki Namachar Shri Ravidas Thakur ki Prem se kaho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda ki Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Syamakund Radha Kundagiri Govardhan ki Vrindavan Matra Dham ki Navadip Mayapur Dham ki Jagannath Puri Dham ki Ganga Mai Yamuna Mai ki Bhakti Devi ki Tulasi Maharani ki the most beautiful lordship Shri Shri Radha Gokulananda ki Shri Shri Sitaram Lakshman Hanuman ki Shri Shri Gaur Nitai ki Samveta Bhakta Vrinda ki Nitai Gaura Premanande all glories to the assembled devotees all glories to the assembled devotees all glories to the assembled devotees all glories to Shri Shri Guru and Gauranga all glories to Srila Prabhupada ki
Namaste Narasimhaya Sharanam Prapadye Narasimham Adi Sharanam Adhavakara Kamala Varenakam Adhuta Shringam Dalita Hiranyakashipu Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Tavakara Kamala Varenakam Adhuta Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Jai Jagadish Hare Keshavadrita Narahari Rupa Jai Jagadish Nrsimhadev Jaya Nrsimhadev Jaya Nrsimhadev Jaya Nrsimhadev Nrsimhadev Jaya Nrsimhadev Nrsimhadev Jaya Nrsimhadev Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Jaya Prahlad Maharaj Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Swami Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura, Hari, Nitai Gaura, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaur, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Gaur, Hari Bol. Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bol Shri Nrsimhadev Bhagavan Ki Jai Shri Prahlad Maharaj Ki Jai Nitai Gaura Premanande Hari Hari Bol. His Divine Grace of Acharya Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj Asmadiya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Shri Guru Parampara Ki Jai Shri Sad Goswami Prabhu Ki Jai Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shri Vasari Gaur Ki Jai Shri Harinam Sankirtan Ki Jai Jai Shri Shayan Arati Ki Jai Samagata Bhaktivedanta Ki Jai Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari. All glories to the Summit of all glories to Lord Sri Shishi Guru Gauranga. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. Jaya Radha Madhavo Radha Madhavo Radha Radha Madhavo Jai Radha, Giridhari Radha, Giridhari Radhe. Jai Radha, Giridhari Radha, Giridhari Radhe. Jai Radha, Vinoda, Radha, Vinoda Radhe. Jai Radha, Vinoda, Radha, Vinoda Radhe. Jai Radha, Shyama Sundar, Radha, Shyama Sundar Radhe. Jai Radha, Shyama Sundar, Radha, Shyama Sundar Radhe. Jai Radha, Gokulananda, Radha, Gokulananda Radhe. Jai Radha, Gokulananda, Radha, Gokulananda Radhe. Jaya Giri Raja Jaya, Govardhana Jaya, Giri Raja Jaya, Govardhana Jaya, Giri Raja Jaya, Govardhana Jaya, Giri Raja Jaya, Govardhana. Guru Parampara, Guru Parampara, Guru Parampara, Guru Parampara. Parampara, Guru Parampara. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Jai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaur Hari Bol. Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Jaya Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman, Sita Ram Lakshman Hanuman. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari Bol. Shayan and Arati ki jai, Arati Kari Bhaktivedanta ki jai. Nitai Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari Bol. Hey Hanuman.
Don't let the hate you. The monkeys will come and steal you. They'll sit up in the tree with you and they'll make your mum and dad take an honest to get you back. No, I'm saying that. So, what should I do with the bowls? Should I rinse them? I'm not sure. If I just rinse them and put them back, at least it'll be easier to wash up. Sure. Yeah. I'm not going to wash them up though because that's above our favourite. I don't know where you do. Would you do them in there or? I'm not sure. I never really washed them before. They probably do. Right, so I'm going to get these dropped and then put some water in those. They say it's dangerous to do something that's disabled, but if it's not being done, someone to do it, right? I suppose so. Obviously.
Smells so nice, like even though they put rose in it, you needed a sip of rose water, but all the fragrance, you know. What's that? Water? Someone's left it.
I think they filled it up for Maharaj, but I don't think it has anything.
these are things, you know, it's just so tiring. We feel so tired and it's been so hot. That's the other thing. That fan, brand is that? Did you see? You can't even buy fans anywhere. It's sold out in the range.
Everywhere is sold out.
Yeah. I tried getting one of those fans. They're quite powerful. But I did send him. He didn't pick up.
I think what's his name? Who bought them? I remember when he bought them. Alan Kumar? No, not Alan Kumar. No. Our commander. What's his name? Why can't I think of his name? Damodar Krishna. Oh, Krishna. Okay.
Yeah, he's our commander. Commander in chief.